Hello and welcome to this sleep hypnosis recording. My name is Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. This recording is called You Are Perfect the Way You Are. You are perfect the way you are. And perhaps there's something interesting about hearing those words. You may have heard them in the past. Maybe you haven't heard them. Perhaps you've even wondered inside about whether or not that's true and what that could mean when we all know that we have faults. What does it mean that you're perfect the way you are? Because one part of you may accept them immediately, while another part may wonder. Another part may question. Another part of you may search quietly through old memories, old experiences, old opinions, old comparisons, looking for evidence. And you don't have to stop any of that. You don't have to make yourself believe anything. You don't have to convince yourself of anything. Because sometimes the deepest changes begin when you no longer have to try quite so hard to change. And wherever you are right now, whatever you can hear around you, whatever sensations you happen to notice, whatever thoughts happen to come and go, all of that can simply become part of this experience. There may be sounds nearby. There may be sounds further away. There may be thoughts that seem important for a moment and then somehow become less important. And you can notice how naturally your attention moves from these words to a thought, to a sensation, perhaps to a memory, and then back again. And you don't have to control where your attention goes. because there is another part of your mind that already knows how to become absorbed. You've done that many times before. Perhaps while listening to music, watching something interesting, looking through a window, remembering something from 5 years ago, or simply discovering that several minutes have passed without you quite noticing how they passed. And that ability to become absorbed belongs to you. You don't have to learn it. You can simply allow yourself to remember how naturally it happens. And as you continue listening, you may begin to notice something curious. The words can remain here while your conscious mind can wander wherever it needs to wander. And perhaps some other part of you can listen differently. Not trying to understand every sentence and not needing to remember everything. Because sometimes forgetting consciously allows something useful to be remembered in another way. And you may already be beginning to discover that. You are perfect the way you are. And perhaps the word perfect can mean something different now. Not flawless, not never making mistakes, not always knowing what to do, not always feeling confident, not always getting everything right. Because perhaps perfection was never supposed to mean any of those things. A tree can lose a branch and still be completely itself. The sea can be calm one day and rough another day, and nobody accuses the sea of failing to be the sea. The sky can be clear, cloudy, grey, blue, dark, bright, and every version belongs. And somewhere inside you, perhaps there is an understanding beginning to emerge. You have been allowed to expect things from yourself that you would never expect from nature. You may have learned that you should be different, better, stronger, quieter, more successful, more attractive, more confident, more productive, less emotional, less sensitive, more this, less that. And perhaps nobody has ever stopped long enough to ask, better according to who? Enough according to what? Compared with what? Because comparison has an interesting habit of changing the measuring stick whenever you get close. And you may have noticed that before. You reach one standard and another appears. You solve one supposed imperfection, and the mind discovers another, and another, until perhaps some part of you begins to understand that the problem was never you. The problem may have been the measuring. And you can stop measuring for a while. You don't even have to know how to stop, because you can become interested instead. Interested in what happens when those old measurements begin to matter less. And somewhere inside, there may be a younger version of you, not a particular age necessarily, not necessarily a particular memory, just that part that once looked outward to discover who it was supposed to be. Children do that naturally. They look at faces, they listen to voices, they notice approval, They notice disapproval. They notice when somebody smiles. They notice when somebody withdraws. And gradually meanings are formed. This is good, that is bad. This gets approval, that doesn't. I should be like this. I shouldn't be like that. And those meanings can become rules without anybody consciously deciding to make them rules. Rules about worth. Rules about belonging. Rules about being lovable. Rules about being acceptable. And rules learned long ago can sometimes continue operating long after they are needed. Like an old sign pointing toward a road that no longer exists. And you don't have to tear down every old sign. You can simply discover that you no longer have to follow it. There is a difference. And your unconscious mind can begin noticing those old signs. Perhaps over the coming days, perhaps in moments you wouldn't expect, an old self-critical thought might appear, and something else may appear with it. A little distance, some curiosity, a quiet recognition that was an old rule. It was an old rule. I want you to recognize an old rule as an old rule. It can never quite have the same unquestionable authority again, can it? That'd be impossible. Because noticing changes what is noticed. Noticing changes what is noticed. And perhaps you've spent years noticing what you thought was wrong with you. So I wonder what might happen when your mind begins automatically noticing what is already right. Noticing the things you have survived, the things you have learned, the kindness you've shown, the times you've continued when continuing wasn't easy, the little things nobody applauded, the moments nobody saw, the decisions that weren't perfect and nevertheless taught you something, the mistakes that became experience, the disappointments that became understanding, the endings that eventually created beginnings you couldn't see at the time. You don't have to try and turn your entire past into something positive, because that would be ridiculous. Because some things were extremely painful. Some things were very, very unfair. Some things you might still wish, had never happened or had happened differently. So acceptance does not require pretending, and self-acceptance doesn't require pretending either. You can acknowledge every unfinished edge, every uncertainty, every contradiction, every part of yourself you're still getting to know, and somehow begin to understand this belongs to. Perhaps you can imagine an old house, not a perfect house, a real house, a house that has existed for many years. There are marks on the walls, perhaps a floorboard creaks, paint has faded in places. There may have been repairs, changes, rooms decorated and redecorated, things removed, things added, and somehow every mark tells you that this house has been lived in. Nobody would look at an old home filled with history and say it should be ashamed because it doesn't look newly built. Its history is part of what makes it what it is. And you have history. You have marks left by living. Some visible only to you. Some perhaps forgotten. And those things don't reduce your value. They reveal that you've been here, living, learning, changing, adapting, becoming. And perhaps you spent enough time imagining that you have to become someone else before you can finally be comfortable with yourself. You can become comfortable first and then discover what changes naturally. That's different, because change created by rejection says, I must become different because I am unacceptable. And change created by acceptance can quietly say, I am already acceptable, and I'm curious about what I can become. Those are very different places from which to grow. A flower doesn't become more worthy when it opens. It was already completely what it needed to be when it was only a small green shoot beneath the soil. And sometimes people confuse development with worth. You can develop. You can learn. You can change. You can make different choices. You can improve skills. You can alter habits. You can discover new interests. You can become more confident. You can become calmer. You can become wiser. And none of those things need to make you more worthy. Because worth isn't something you earn by completing enough improvements. Imagine how exhausting it would be if you had to earn the right to be yourself every morning. And perhaps you've been doing some version of that without even realizing it. Proving, explaining, comparing, judging, trying to become acceptable. And maybe that job can gradually become redundant. You don't have to sack the inner critic. You don't have to fight it. Perhaps it can simply be given a different job. Because even criticism may once have been trying to accomplish something useful. Perhaps it thought criticism would keep you safe. Perhaps it thought that noticing your faults before somebody else noticed them would protect you. Perhaps it thought perfection prevented rejection. Perhaps it thought constant vigilance was necessary. So you can appreciate the intention without continuing the strategy. You can say in your own way, "Thank you," and you can rest now. And perhaps that part doesn't trust this immediately. And that's all right. It can watch. It can wait. It can notice what happens. Because nobody inside you needs to be forced. Nothing needs to be forced. And when nothing inside needs to be forced, something interesting can happen. Different parts begin communicating differently. The part that wants change and the part that fears change. The part that wants connection and the part that protects itself. The part that feels confident and the part that doubts. The part that knows and the part that wonders. They don't have to defeat one another. Perhaps they can begin to realize that they're all living in the same person, and that person is you. One whole human being containing contradictions, strength and vulnerability, certainty and uncertainty, courage and fear, joy and sadness, wisdom and confusion. And maybe wholeness was never about eliminating half of yourself. Maybe wholeness is discovering that all of you can belong, even the parts you haven't understood yet, especially those parts. And as those words settle somewhere, you may begin to remember moments when you felt completely yourself. Perhaps very ordinary moments. Maybe laughing without thinking about how you looked. Talking without rehearsing the words. Doing something you enjoyed without wondering whether you were any good at it. alone without needing to perform. Being with someone who allowed you to simply be. And if a particular memory doesn't come, that's fine. Your unconscious mind knows what is relevant, and it can search without conscious assistance. It can search through thousands upon thousands of moments, sorting, connecting, recovering forgotten experiences of being enough. Perhaps very small ones, and small things can become surprisingly important when repeated. One moment of self-kindness, then another. One moment when you catch an unnecessary criticism. One moment when you don't compare yourself. One moment when you allow yourself to enjoy something without earning it. One moment when you say what you actually think. One moment when you say no. One moment when you say yes. One moment when you realize you don't have to explain yourself. And those moments can accumulate quietly, naturally, until one day you notice something has changed, and you may not even know exactly when it happened. That's often how natural learning works. Nobody remembers the exact moment they became able to recognize every letter of the alphabet. There was simply a time when they couldn't. A period of learning, and eventually they could. And perhaps self-acceptance can develop like that. Not one enormous declaration. Not standing in front of a mirror trying to force yourself to believe something. Just repeated experiences of no longer attacking yourself. and then discovering what remains when the attack stops. Because perhaps underneath all those judgments, you were there all along. And you don't need to find yourself as though you've disappeared. Perhaps you only need to stop looking past yourself. There you are, the person listening right now, the person who has lived every single day of your life, the only person who has been present for every single private thought, every hidden fear, every quiet victory, every loss, every beginning, every strange little moment that nobody else remembers. You. Perhaps there's something profoundly important about becoming someone you can be at home with. Not because you're perfect according to some impossible standard, but because you're you. And nobody else in the world can fulfill that particular role. Nobody else has exactly your history, your perspective, your particular combination of experiences, your way of noticing things, your sense of humour, your sensitivities, your peculiarities, your preferences, your memories, your possibilities. And even the things you've disliked about yourself may contain qualities that have another side. Sensitivity can hurt, and sensitivity can understand. Caution can restrict, and caution can protect. Stubbornness can resist, and stubbornness can persist. An active mind can overthink, and an active mind can imagine. The quality isn't always the problem. Sometimes it simply needs a better direction. And your unconscious mind can begin discovering those better directions. Without needing a complete plan. Because you don't need to know exactly who you will become. You only need permission to continue becoming. And you have that permission. You can change your mind. You can outgrow old identities. You can discover that something you believed about yourself isn't true anymore. You can stop carrying descriptions other people gave you. You can decide that somebody else's inability to recognize your value never determined your value. You can stop auditioning for acceptance. You can stop asking people who don't understand you to define you. And you can become increasingly selective about which voices deserve space inside your mind. Because not every opinion deserves to become an identity. Not every criticism deserves to become a belief. Not every rejection means there was something wrong with you. Not every ending means you failed. And perhaps there are things you once interpreted personally that you can now understand differently. You were doing what you knew how to do with what you understood then. And now you know things you didn't know then. Of course, you would make some different choices now. That's what learning means. The person who looks back and sees another possibility is already different from the person who couldn't see it then. And perhaps forgiveness can begin there. Not excusing everything, not pretending consequences don't matter, simply recognizing that you are allowed to stop punishing yourself for not having today's understanding yesterday. You didn't have it yet. Now you have more. And tomorrow you may have more still. That's living. And somewhere inside you, those old neural pathways of criticism and comparison may have become familiar simply because they've been travelled so often. Familiar doesn't mean true. Familiar only means familiar. And every time you respond differently, a new possibility becomes a little easier to find again. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps unexpectedly several days from now, something happens that would normally trigger that old internal voice. And before the usual reaction completes itself, there may be a pause, a tiny pause, just enough space for another possibility. Maybe I don't need to speak to myself that way. Or I'm allowed to make mistakes. Or perhaps simply it's okay. And those simple moments matter, because change doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it arrives quietly and starts rearranging things. And I wonder whether some rearranging is already happening now. Old beliefs moving slightly. Old conclusions becoming less certain. New possibilities finding somewhere to settle. You don't need to inspect the process. You can let it happen privately. And perhaps you can imagine yourself sometime in the future, not dramatically different, still you. That's important. Still recognizably you. but something has softened. There is less effort, less need to prove, less need to compare. You look at another person succeeding and you don't automatically make their success mean something about you. You see someone attractive and don't need to become less attractive by comparison. Someone knows something you don't know, and that's simply something they know. Someone doesn't like you, and somehow the world continues. Someone misunderstands you, and you may explain if it matters, or perhaps you don't. Because you know yourself a little better now. And that changes things. You begin making decisions according to what actually matters to you. You notice what feels right. You recognize what doesn't. You become kinder without becoming weaker, more accepting without becoming passive. More comfortable without giving up growth. And perhaps other people notice something. They may not know what it is, because confidence doesn't always look loud. Sometimes confidence is simply the absence of unnecessary apology. Sometimes confidence is saying, I don't know. Sometimes confidence is changing your mind. Sometimes confidence is leaving something that isn't right. Sometimes confidence is staying. Sometimes confidence is asking for help. Sometimes confidence is allowing yourself to be seen without editing every part first. And perhaps that kind of confidence can become increasingly natural. Because when you stop trying to manufacture a better version of yourself. You have more energy available to actually live. And there may be things you want to do, experiences you want to have, people you want to know, things you want to create, places you want to go. Or perhaps you simply want more peaceful, ordinary days. And ordinary days matter. You don't need an extraordinary life to justify your existence. You don't need achievements to prove that being alive was worthwhile. You don't need an audience. And you don't need constant approval. There is something deeply peaceful about discovering I am allowed to exist without performing. I am allowed to exist without performing. And perhaps some part of you has waited a very long time to hear that. You are allowed to exist without performing. You are allowed to rest without earning rest. You are allowed to enjoy things you're not particularly good at. You are allowed to have preferences other people don't understand. You are allowed to change. You're also allowed to remain the same. You are allowed to take up your own particular amount of space in this world. And you don't have to become smaller so someone else can feel bigger. You don't have to become bigger either. You can simply become more completely yourself. And perhaps that is enough. More than enough. Because the strange thing about accepting yourself is that it doesn't stop growth. It makes healthier growth possible. A gardener doesn't scream at a plant for not growing quickly enough. Conditions are created. Light, water, space, and time. And growth happens according to something already present within the living thing. You have that something too. You don't have to consciously understand it, but you can create better internal conditions. Kindness, patience, curiosity, permission, boundaries, rest, meaning, and that allows your own development to happen. Perhaps differently from anyone else's, exactly as it needs to be. And you may begin noticing over the coming days that your internal language changes. Maybe only slightly at first. The word should appears less often. The question, "What's wrong with me?" loses some of its power. And another question might quietly replace it. What do I need? Or what can I learn? Or what matters now? And those are very different questions. Different questions lead attention toward different answers. Different answers lead toward different choices. And different choices repeated become different patterns. And different patterns eventually become a different experience of being you. Without you ever having to become somebody else. Isn't that interesting? That you can change your experience of being yourself without changing who you fundamentally are. And perhaps that's the change that matters. You may even discover that some things you wanted to fix don't need fixing. Some things simply need understanding. Some need practice. Some need acceptance. Some need boundaries. Some need time. And some things can simply be left alone. your unconscious mind can sort those categories far more efficiently than you need to consciously manage. It can begin deciding this can change, this can heal, this can develop, this can be accepted, this can be released, this was never mine to carry. And you don't have to know which is which right now, because learning continues after words end. A useful idea can return hours later. A new reaction can surprise you. A dream can rearrange something. A conversation can suddenly be understood differently. An old memory can lose some of its emotional weight. And perhaps the next time you look at yourself, really look, you may see more than the collection of flaws your mind learned to search for. You may see history, character, survival, humor, possibility, humanity, and you might even begin to like the person looking back. You don't have to love every part immediately. There's no deadline. You can simply begin by refusing to be your own enemy. And when you're no longer fighting yourself, you may discover you've gained an ally who has been waiting your entire life. You. And imagine what becomes possible when you are on your own side. When mistakes happen, you're on your own side. When somebody rejects you, you are on your own side. When something succeeds, you're on your own side. When you're uncertain, you're on your own side. When you're tired, you are on your own side. When you're beginning again. You're on your own side. And when you're completely alone, you're still with someone who has learned how to treat you kindly. That changes the meaning of being alone. And perhaps there is a deep quietness in knowing that you don't have to abandon yourself anymore. Whatever happens next, you come with you. You're with yourself all the time, caring, protecting. And you can become a safe place to return to. Not perfect according to some impossible external standard. Perfect in a much deeper sense. Complete enough to be here. Worthy enough to receive kindness. Human enough to make mistakes. Strong enough to have weaknesses. Wise enough to still have things to learn. And unfinished enough to continue becoming. You are perfect the way you are, and you are allowed to change. Both can be true. You are enough and you can grow. Both can be true. You can accept yourself, you can accept your past, and choose differently tomorrow. Both can be true. You can have regrets and still respect yourself. You can have fears and still move forward. You can have difficult days and still have a meaningful life. You can sometimes doubt your worth without your worth ever actually changing. Because a cloud passing across the sun doesn't switch off the sun. And a thought passing through your mind doesn't define the person having the thought. Thoughts pass. Feelings change. Opinions change. Bodies change. Circumstances change. And somewhere beneath all those changes, there is a continuing sense of being you. And perhaps you can become curious about that. the you who has existed through every age you've ever been. Different body, different knowledge, different circumstances, and somehow you. That continuity can become a quiet place inside. A place where nothing needs proving. A place where comparison has no useful job. A place where you can simply know. I belong to myself. And perhaps those words can settle deeply. I belong to myself. My life belongs to me. My choices belong to me. My mistakes can teach me. My experiences can shape me without defining my limits. My past can inform me without controlling my future. And I can become increasingly comfortable being the person I already am. You don't need to repeat any of that consciously. The words can disappear. The meaning can remain. And sometimes soon, perhaps you'll notice yourself doing something differently. Maybe you'll catch your reflection and not immediately search for a flaw. Maybe you'll make a small mistake and simply correct it. Maybe you'll hear criticism and decide whether it's useful before accepting it. Maybe you'll receive a compliment without arguing. Maybe you'll say no without producing a long explanation. Maybe you'll allow yourself to enjoy something. Maybe you'll stop comparing, even for 30 seconds. And 30 seconds can become a minute. A minute can become a habit. A habit can become a way of living. and you don't need to rush any of it, because something inside already knows the direction towards greater acceptance, greater freedom, greater kindness, greater authenticity, toward the simple understanding that you never needed to earn the right to be you. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way, maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room. on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful. completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax. the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders. Deepening each part of your body further and deeper, and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel in the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more. Peaceful. enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting, drifting, peaceful energy. Peace to breathe, so much easier. Loose, you may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful, moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace, blissful peace. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest and allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. And as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So, so calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose, your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 6. 5. 4. 5. 2. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. 2. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, The idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. Doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 19. 18. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax, to just take some time off, so that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of